What's up, nerds? How's it going? Nobody's reading my notes. Feels bad. Usually I sign in and get a bunch of note ratings, but still only have 2 hits on that one. Feels bad. Alright, back into the chalice as I go. Haven't even started Lower Tumeru. Now this is where the difficulty and the memes kind of ramp up, and we also can get some pretty dank gems in here as far as I know. At this point, I definitely want to do as many side rooms as possible to make sure I'm not missing out on any materials. And I still have some rooms to explore in that lower Hintertomb as well, and I'm pretty sure I was getting... Yeah, I got some Ritual Blood 4 there. Give me Ritual Blood 4, please. Thank you. See, sometimes all you gotta do is ask nicely. Ooh, hello there. So what are these dudes called anyway? Okay, so apparently these things are just called Labyrinth Warriors. They're the guys with the two-handed swords, they have big shields, and there's also another variant that has like a ball and chain kind of weapon. Ritual Blood 3 from a chest on a depth 4, where Ritual Blood 4 can drop from enemies. Okay. Cold Blood 2? The loot in here is weird as hell. I think that's the first illusory wall you can run into in the story chalices. You can find them in roots all over the place, but this is the first one that I've seen on this run. Nice, getting all the good drops. The more of those I can get from enemies, the less I have to farm later. I think I need like 3 or 4 in order to progress. Actually, I probably need way more than that. I think one of the chalice dungeons later on, I need like 9 Ritual Blood 4 or some such. It's brutal. But I'm pretty sure there's somewhere in this chalice on one of the deeper depths that gets you a bunch out of a chest somewhere. Pretty sure Lower Tumeru is also where we start seeing the Children of Rom. So I think Rom is in this one, if I remember correctly. I definitely hear a Chime Maiden. Yep, called it. So the other ones just spawn normal Tuberian enemies, but some of them summon the spiders. And the spiders are definitely the worst alternative. They do a lot of damage, they have really wide attacks, and they're fast as fuck, boy, so they'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Hey, I forgot about the crossbow variant. Launches balls at you. Balls, balls, balls. And even uses the crossbow as his weapon. Holy shit. I never realized that. Is there any side areas that I missed? lever rooms over here. Oop. That area was pretty disappointing, so I'm assuming there's going to be a pre-boss side room. No pre-boss side room, okay. Needs to work on his aim a little bit. $16,000 echoes from a single boss is pretty good. Physical attack up 16.5. Game over. The game's over. Yeah, that's a pretty big upgrade for what I have right now. 6% damage. Can hear a bunch of stuff underneath me, yep. Oh, so we can actually find one of these that's not submerged in water. So we can actually get a good look at the whole thing. Some sort of giant, like, sea serpent or some such. That was an amazing point-blank whiff. Love it. God fucking damn it. This thing's probably gonna kill me. Or the rat will. A little close. I might level up my torch. Coming to think of it. I've actually got a decent amount of arcane, so it might do some damage. Yeet! I was not far enough. Oh my god. No big deal, just a whale carcass deep down in the bowels of the earth. No big deal. Is that really all that was down here? Nothing but animals here. God damn it. Always read the notes. Always read the notes. Two illusory walls in the same chalice dungeon. As far as I remember, none of these gems are any good, but I might as well. They're still a higher rank than whatever I have in there right now, so they might still be upgrades. Just not compared to whatever I can get from the bosses. Yeah, see, these are the same rank and almost the same rating, but there's a 5.5% difference between them. See ya. See ya. You can find numbing mists all over the Chalice dungeons. Even though the item says that it's a recipe concocted in Canehurst by the nobles there, I think it's supposed to reinforce the ties between Canehurst and the Chalice dungeons. Surprised that landed. It's another ritual blood for her. Excellent. Gotta make a pit stop back at the Dream and get some more supplies. Put those new gems in.
Welcome. What? Very well.
Oh, I don't know when I got that, but hey, 1 damage is 1 damage. An upgrade is an upgrade, even in a dream. Tracy, you're a cat. You're not even real. She screams. She screams. What's up, honey? What a good girl. What a good girl. She's so fucking happy. What a good kitten. Good girl, Tracy. Good girl. Still +7. Okay, so I still need to save my chunks. Hey, Chucklo, what's up, man? Dude, those games were fun as fuck last night. There was obviously a lot of memery towards the end, but yeah, that one round on Hourglass, that was fucking. It's not very often I have that much fun on Hourglass. It was good times. You're a cat. Yeah, that's true. It's a good kid. Well, you gotta have the full gamut, you know, like it's not Battlefield unless there's some asshole shooting at you from across the map with a 12M auto shotgun. And didn't he have some like ridiculous name, like Tomato Eagle or some bullshit? Like, god damn it. Many memes. All right, I think this is where the haze extractor is. I always know the haze extractor is here because you walk down a staircase and see a couple. You see a watcher and then a rat. So I'm gonna hazard a guess the haze extractor is at the end of this loop here. Can't touch me. There's still 3 shots to kill this guy, or these guys, but that's fine. Yeah, this room sucks. What's up, Marinky? How you doing? That's mostly why I ran past all the other shit that was on the other room, because I know that this room is a colossal pain in the dick. Nothing the cane can't make short work of, though. But don't you know the cane doesn't do any damage? The cane is the weakest starting weapon. You're not supposed to use the cane because it doesn't do the damage. Man. Cane gang. A misplaced workshop tool from the hunter's dream. The hunter who retrieves this can extract arcane haze from ritual materials, but alas, spent materials are lost. So arcane haze is tiny smatterings of haze that are found in certain ritual materials, sometimes required for special rites. So arcane haze is found in a lot of the other ritual materials, but in order to extract the haze from those materials, you need this tool. If essentially what it does is, if I have a bunch of Ritual Blood 3, but I don't need to use Ritual Blood 3 anymore, I can sacrifice the Ritual Blood 3 and turn it into Arcane Haze. Hey Trunk, what's up, man? See, Dreckle, you're learning. You're learning so much. I'm so proud of you. No, the cane gets a lot of shit because it doesn't do as much damage as the other starting weapons, but there have been people who have played Bloodborne randomizers, and when you use the randomizer, one of the settings allows you to change which weapons you can start with at the beginning of a game. So what we found out is that it doesn't matter what skill weapon it is. It could be the Blades of Mercy, the Threaded Cane, the Church Pick. Any of the skill weapons do abysmal damage at the lowest levels, but then when you upgrade the weapon and then you get enough of the skill stat, they actually end up being some of the best weapons in the game. And while the cane is slightly lower on its damage output per hit, the real strength is the fact that it's very quick when it's in this form, and when it's in this form, it has like a really wide breadth of attacks. So if I'm in these really narrow hallways, the enemies will funnel in through the hallway and I can just lay waste to them. So that's kind of the thing with the skill weapons. They may not have the highest direct damage output, but if you use them the most appropriately with the most skill, they're a lot stronger and a lot more useful. And yeah, the Saw Cleaver and the Saw Spear, when you do the transform attacks, they don't just cause a lot of damage, but they also cause a lot of stagger. So you can basically almost kind of like stun lock enemies to death with very little effort. Here we go, folks. This fight sucks. Oh no! Oh no! I didn't mean to. I didn't want to pop the pimple. God damn it. So the other undead giants, they just kind of like do their spammier attacks a little bit more, like the 360-degree attacks. But this particular undead giant, he has a 360-degree spin that has an extra breadth of attack because of the chains that are attached to him. So when he does the attack, it doesn't just hit really hard, it like has a huge radius. Hey Orphan, what's up, man? How did you enjoy the Control stuff, man? I'm pretty eager to get back into Control sometime soon because I did finish up with Alan Wake on Christmas. Gotta heal every twice, no matter how I get hit by this dude, basically. Awesome, glad to hear it, man. Alright, so now he's a little bit more of a pain to deal with. Oh shit. Big damage. Alright, Doc, catch you later, man. Get that food. Oh, I didn't. Thought it was over. I'll take 2 attempts. I'll take 2 attempts, that's fine. The first one didn't count because I messed up the strat, you see. Dominus. A lot of the Chalice dungeon bosses have the same theme as the Vile Blood Queen. And this is another way that the Chalice dungeons are tied to the Canehurst Vile Bloods. Oops. 2G, 2 Jurius. Yeah, I still gotta get vaxxed, but I'm honestly kind of worried about... I don't like being sick. Being sick, to me, is like one of the worst things. And even if it's just like flu symptoms, like chills and body aches and that sort of stuff, like I become absolutely miserable whenever I have those kind of symptoms, so... I'm not really looking forward to taking the vaccine and the boosters. Whoa, a hunter's mark in the Chalice dungeons? What do you mean? It's everywhere in the Chalice dungeons. It's literally everywhere. It's all over the place. Oh my goodness. See ya. Bonk. Is that a beast-possessed soul? Oh no, there's a keeper over there. Shit. Shitty shit shit shit. The tracking on those things is ridiculous! See how much more damage you do when you hit the head instead of fighting their body? And here we can see what the fluorescent flowers actually look like. Oh my god, these things. These things are called Keeper's Hunting Hounds. We can see how they have horns, very similar to the large huntsman and the Lauren clerics that we can see later on. So there's a lot of different shared characteristics between the different types of beasts that we can run into. And here we have a keeper. As I said before, the keepers are the ones with the fire attacks and the red. But if we run into hunters that have the bone ash set, they usually use a saw spear, and those are bone ash hunters. So they aren't true keepers like these ones are, but... You can get gems from these things, but they're usually sharp gems. Typically sharp gems. The keepers always drop sharp, but the bone ash hunters can drop all sorts of different types of gems. They're usually still radials, depending on where you find them. But I have a gem on my main character that is a circle gem that adds fire attack. So it's a gem that I can add to my gun that adds fire damage. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But it also allows me to use a fire shikage, I guess, if I really want to. Which I don't. Yeah, it's the weirdest gem I have by far. Am I dead? Get away from me! Disgusting creature. I'm pretty sure these things can only drop arcane haze. I haven't seen anything else. No gems or other items. I just one-shot it. I just one-shot that motherfucker. That was amazing. I got the counter hit, and it was close enough that most of the pellets hit it. The closer you are with a shotgun, the more damage it does, because the pellets don't fly all over the place. counter hit your flower, if you know what I'm saying. Alright, so take a look at the Hanged Man. Take a look at how they're arranged. And then look at the Hunter's Mark. The Hunter's Mark is a dangling upside down rune because it represents a dangling upside down corpse. The Hanged Man. This is also a good way to perform bloodletting. Bloodletting is a way to drain a body of blood so that it doesn't rot as fast and spread infection. You also typically drain a body of blood if you want to eat them as well, for that matter. Helps preserve the meat. Well, Carol is the runesmith of Bergenworth, and Bergenworth was the first group to go into the Chalice dungeons, so I would say so, yeah. Later on, I'll be going to the lecture building and also to the Nightmare Frontier. And I'll be explaining some more of that stuff there as well. Yikes. Easy there, big fella. I didn't know those guys could drop bullets. That's why I always destroy the trap things. I basically always run over the traps by accident. Yeah, if you put a decent gem into Ludwig's rifle, it's strong as fuck, boy. Where did you fuckers come from? Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Where is the staircase? Here it is. Whoa! Frames go down the hole. Alright, you know what? I'm not gonna deal with any of this. I am out of here. Yeah, I put that, that odd blood gem that I found earlier in this thing. All the other blood gems I had were like +6 or +8 damage, and this one's +18. 31.5, damn. And it was the odd arcane damage gems that people were putting into the rifle spear, right? And that's why they had to nerf the rifle spear. Because if you had really high arcane scaling or really good arcane gems in it, it would add all that damage to the bullets instead of the weapon. And yeah, like, you're kind of misled into thinking that the advantage behind Ludwig's rifle is the fact that it's a shotgun with a really long range. But if you're close enough to the target and you have good gems in it, the damage in this thing is really good. Like, I almost kind of wonder if it fires more pellets than a standard shotgun or something. And that's what gives it such a wide breadth of attack. You can kind of trick these dudes into falling down this way, and it makes it a bit easier to deal with them. Just had to say something, didn't I? Just had to fucking say something. You gonna fall down here, or are you just gonna make a liar out of me? There we go. I'm already out of blood vials again. Ugh, Jesus Christ, they're creepy. Fucking piece of shit. If I don't find some blood vials, I'm gonna have to turn tail. Get some supplies. I am carrying 70,000 echoes on me as well. Where'd the keeper go? Oh, she patrolled already. Blood vials? Blood vials? God diggity dicks. God diggity damn it. Alright, you, come over here first, please. Excuse me, sir? Alright, fine, whatever. Awkward. You can get keepers into an AI loop where they always do like a backstep attack whenever you hit them. So if you just walk up and hit them twice and then fire your pistol or your shotgun, you'll basically always hit them with a riposte. Another Ritual Blood 4. That, extra arcane stat is starting to pay off in a big way. Hey, Autumn, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well, dude. Please give me some health vials. Please. Thank you. See? All you gotta do is ask the game nicely. Fight me! Could I please parry this guy? I suck at video games. I'm retiring from video games. This is it. This is the end. Finally. Jesus. Dark Souls 3 enemies, am I right? Big wind-up attack, so friggin' long that you can't even parry them or judge the timing appropriately. Yeah, this has been a really long lore playthrough though, Autumn, so I've been spending a lot of time dicking around in the chalices, so even if you have to go through the VODs, it's only like the last 2 or like couple hours of the VODs that I'm actually talking about stuff. The chalice dungeons, while they're definitely important to the lore and story and everything, there's not a whole lot that I can talk about without incessantly repeating myself. And it also gives me an opportunity to talk about other things and ask like questions or answer questions from the chat and stuff like that. But I feel like they're one of the least explored parts of the story in this game. Like, everybody knows the main story and the main characters, but there's not a lot of people out there who have taken a really close look at all the chalice dungeons and tried to figure out exactly what all this stuff means and how it relates to the main story. But this is where the story begins, so it's just as important. All the ritual blood for. Why did they give this thing so much health? Twins and twins. I don't think I've ever seen a gem from those things. The hounds. I hear the baying of the hounds. In the distance. I hear them devouring. So here we can see some more of the sets of armor of the first people who went down into the chalices and got absolutely pummeled. Gurman's outfit states that everyday clothing allowed the hunters to remain nimble and agile so that they could counter the swift movements of the beasts. And the armor here also looks very similar to armor sets that we can see in some of the paintings in Kaner's castle, which I've always found pretty interesting. Some people see the sets of armor and they're like, oh, it's the same set of armor from Demon Souls. Demon Souls and Bloodborne are in the same universe. And it's not the same set of armor. Like, grow a set of eyes that works. You zero insight motherfuckers. And these swords and shields are the same swords and shields that we can see the Labyrinth warriors using. I didn't even fight a boss and I got 95,000 echoes. Or did... Are these the boss echoes? I can't even remember. Jesus.
I must have drifted off. What is it you desire? Very well.
I'm looking pretty good on vials and bullets and everything. I'm gonna buy some extra fire paper. I love how there's a slot for blood gems at the inside bath, but there's never a single point in the game that allows you to buy gems from here. Truly incredible. Back here sleeping, Gurman? I already have 10 ritual blood 4. So I think I'm basically good on Ritual Blood 4 now, which is nice. I got really lucky on some drops, so I shouldn't have to farm anymore unless I run out, and even if I do need to get more once I run out, I'll have enough to go into the chalices that drop more of it anyway. In order for me to open the Defiled Chalice, which I'm going to get at the end of this one, I have to go to Lauren first and get some drops. So I'll use Ritual Blood 4 to open up the Lauren Chalice, and then when I go to Lauren, it starts off as Depth 4, so I'll be able to farm more from there anyway. Ooh. Need those bastards. Those bastages. So if you listen carefully, you can hear that there's this kind of like echoing kind of sound. Now, it could just be because of the acoustics of us being down and deep under the earth and tunnels and whatever, but it's a very similar noise to what we hear in Odin Chapel. And I've always kind of contested that the sound that we hear at Odin Chapel is indicative of Odin's influence. Kind of like the whisperings of a great one from beyond that we can't really interpret or understand. And there may be some truth to that even, because that's what the Chalice of the Gods represents, right? But you can hear this sound whenever you're down into the last layer boss of whatever chalice you're in. Hello, Rom. Oh, the spider come! Did you see that spider just like appear in front of me? That completely threw me off guard. Wow. That was a good attempt. Good girl. Kid. That was like a cartoon fart. Yeah, that was easily the best attempt at that fight I've ever had. Out of 10. I'm gonna get ganked by spiders or something, aren't I? Oh, there's just no enemy in here? Weird. Is it just me, or is there a lot less stuff in this one? Like, why does this place seem so barren compared to the other treasure rooms? There's just a couple small chests on the side, there's way less artifacts about everywhere. This is the same as the statues that we can see all over Canehurst Castle. So another tie between Canehurst and the Chalice Dungeons. And this skull, this misshapen, transformed looking skull that we can see here is very similar to what we see of Lawrence's skull on the altar in the Grand Cathedral. Oh yeah, in this channel it's always real. They're always real. Oh, got a free Madman's knowledge. They can even drop those in the main game boss fight as well. It's pretty uncommon though. Alright, so this boss is Rom the Vacuous Spider, and the little spiders that kind of look like her are called Children of Rom. You can see some more of the suits of armor. Usually we find like piles of bodies all over the place, and these piles of bodies are the same as the armor that we can see throughout the rest of the chalices. I'm going to be talking about Rom later on when I fight them in the main game. But, her head is made up out of stone. If we hit her head, it does barely any damage and it makes like a thud kind of sound. You can see they obviously have a lot of insight because they have tons of eyes. It's got the sideways mouth opening and closing. Now, even though Rom is called the vacuous spider, she doesn't actually share qualities that determine whether an insect is called a spider or not. Spiders only have 8 eyes. If they have more or less, they're not a spider. And spiders also have 8 legs, whereas Rom has way more than 8 legs. They do look like spider legs, but there's too many for them to be an actual spider. She has these fluorescent flower-looking growths all along her body. And if she wasn't dancing around so much, I could show off her tail. Move, you stupid... Get out of here. She even has eyes that go up the length of her neck here, too. What are you... Get away from me. There's the tail. So the word vacuous means empty. If we think of the vacuum of space, it's called the vacuum of space because there's nothing out there, and there's an incredible pull on it and everything. But if your head is vacuous, it means that there's nothing in it. So this helps explain why her stone head is so durable. And when we fight her right now, she barely even attacks us. Like, she just kind of like squidges away from us. But if we were to face her in the main game, she wouldn't even attack us or aggro onto us at all. If we look at the achievements... There's a point of contention in the community about whether or not Rom is a kin or a Great One. Rom is classified as a kin, and drops a kin cold blood in the main game. But if we look at the achievement, we can see that it says defeat Great One, Rom the Vacuous Spider. So, Father Gascoigne is a beast, Vicar Amelia is a beast, Rom is a Great One, the One Reborn is not a Great One, despite also being classified as kin. Murgo's Wet Nurse is a Great One, despite being classified as kin. And if we look at the achievements for the DLC as well, Orphan of Kos is a Great One, but Orphan of Kos is not kin. I believe the only other boss that is declared to be a Great One that isn't kin is the Moon Presence. So there are examples of Great Ones being kin and not kin, and there are examples of kin that can be described as Great Ones. So I'm not sure if there's really much point in trying to distinguish between the two. The only implication that I can really see of is that if kin act as mediaries between human and great ones, maybe stuff that is classified as a kin and a great one used to be human, and then became a great one, because we can do that ourselves in one of the endings. But it's all kind of up in the air, and it's all kind of vague. But I don't think there's... I don't think it's like a black and white thing. I think that the game tells us that there are cases of both being present in the same kind of thing. So, is Rom a kin or a great one? Yes, she classifies as both. This also goes hand in hand with the note that we'd read in Bergenworth, where it says that the spider hides all manner of rituals, but is certain to reveal nothing, for true enlightenment need not be shared. When we fight Mikolash in the Nightmare of Mensis, he also implies that Kos is responsible for granting Rom eyes. It was Kos, or the knowledge of Kos, that turned Rom from a human into a great one. So, maybe if Rom, in their human form, was obsessed with knowledge and insight, the same way Willem was, maybe the enlightenment that they received was to become a great one, but to be empty of thought. This is also kind of what enlightenment means in a Buddhist sense as well. The most enlightened people in Buddhism are said to be those who are capable of emptying their mind of thought, so that there's no sort of pretense or conscience there. They're just living in the moments and experiencing things as they are without being distracted by what's going on in their head, which can be considered a form of enlightenment. We think of enlightenment as gaining some sort of ridiculous knowledge, but enlightenment can also be regarded as the lack of knowledge, if you want to put it that way. Now, when we kill Rom in the waking world, the pale blood sky, the red moon, is revealed to us, and we can hear the cries of Murgo. When we kill Rom here, an illusory wall behind her is revealed, and we get to go to a new depth of this Chalice dungeon. So even though this place is blocked off, once we kill the boss, something will be revealed to us. So in a way, Rom is responsible for hiding the nature of the world from us, but she might be completely unaware that she's doing so. There's a god, or an old one, in H.P. Lovecraft's tales. I think it's Azathoth, if I remember correctly. And Azathoth is known as the blind idiot god. He is this great cosmic being that is dreaming and sleeping, and the physical universe that we inhabit, all matter and all antimatter for the entire breadth of the universe, is a dream that is created by Azathoth's sleep. So if Azathoth were to wake up, the universe would cease to exist. Despite this fact, Azathoth, the blind idiot god, is completely unaware of this fact. So even though we have like this entire universe of stuff, it's being upheld by the dream of some creature that isn't even aware that it's happening. Right? So you can see how another way in which H.P. Lovecraft's tales ended up giving rise to what we see here in Bloodborne. Fuck that up pretty bad. Ooh, I still managed to skip a phase though. Wait, did I? The gummies! The gummies! So when we kill the boss, the next layer is revealed to us. Yeah, you're a cat. That's true. It's very true. When we fight Rom or Amygdala in the Chalice dungeons, they can give us nourishing gems. Nourishing gems have attack up, so instead of doing just physical or elemental attack, it increases both at the same time. So when you're using weapons like the Amygdalan arm or the boom hammer, or anything that has a physical component and an elemental component, nourishing gems will increase the damage of both of those at the same time. And this is actually basically a perfect roll. If you have attack up and then add physical attack, it's good in basically any of those weapons, and reduce stamina costs. Wait, reduce stamina costs? Oh, it's not cursed. Yeah, so the values on these isn't really that good, but technically that's a perfect roll for a non-cursed gem. So this is the first layer 4 that we've been able to explore in the chalices. I believe you can find layer 4s in some of the root chalices, but the nature behind this one is that we can't get to this layer or even see that it exists until Rom is killed and it is revealed to us. And yeah, I'll be going over all that stuff again when I kill Rom in the main game. Who do we got here? Prospector Olek again. Jesus. I've seen that guy summonable like 4 different times now. There's no real point in fighting those things. I don't need more sharp gems that I'll never use. Oh my god. Where'd you come from? Down here? Jesus fuck. Yeah, as if the Hound and the Keeper wasn't bad enough, there's like 8 spiders that drop on you, and red spiders that come from this room. It's brutal. don't know why there's so many warnings in front of that door. Hey, stop it. Stop being a cat right now. Why were there so many warnings in front of this place? See what I mean? Like, that other room that I was in earlier was basically empty compared to this one. I guess it had already been looted by people. I am basically drowning in Ritual Blood 4 at this point. Not a bad thing, might I add. There's an odd tempering gem, so that will just add flat physical damage. Odd gems are typically only going to be very good if you have like a pure arcane build, but you still want physical weapons on backup. Because when you put like fire gems or lightning gems into a weapon, you can't buff it with like lightning paper or the arcane buff or anything. So I found on my arcane characters that I was most effective if I had a physical weapon on backup. With some odd gems or some other sort of gems that were decent. And then whenever I ran into an enemy that was strong against the lightning or fire weapons I was using, I could just switch to that one. So even though you want to use all your arcane weapons and everything, it's still good to keep an odd saw spear or odd saw cleaver on backup. I'm gonna explore over here before I go into that other room. This probably just loops around into that other room, doesn't it? Oh, pigs! Oh, slimes. Come here, you little bastards. Hate when the rats and dogs just sit there and, like, sniff the air or bark at you and try to lure you into places. Yeah, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this room. What's up, Mateo? Oh, that was, yeah, lock onto the one that's far away and not in front of you. That's a good idea. Just what the hit the fucking thing. See why I don't lock on half the time in this game? Like, locking on hardly ever actually works the way it's supposed to. Alright, maybe I don't need to deal with these things. Yeesh. I kind of want to see what they drop, though. If anything. Well, they do drop stuff. They drop pebbles. Because of course they do. Lamau. That extra item discovery coming in real handy. Oil urn. That kind of makes sense. Wonder if you can parry them? Doesn't seem that way, no. So yeah, we can fight the man-eater boar as a boss later on. But there's definitely a theme in the Chalice dungeon of collecting dead bodies down into these pools and just kind of letting them, you know, sit there and bleed out and rot. We can see the corpses of humans, or Tumerians, I guess, all over the place. And there's also like the whale and the sea serpent remains as well. When we deal with the Vile Blood Queen, and we get blood dregs later on, the blood dregs state that the Canehurst nobles try to collect these dregs so that their queen can bear a child of blood. So if the Tumerians are the same, then there's a chance that the reason why we have these like stagnant pools of decaying bodies and blood everywhere is maybe because they were essentially trying to harvest impure blood for their queen. Because it's likely that the whole purpose of all this stuff was to have Queen Yarnum bear a child of blood as well. That's all just supposition, of course. There isn't an item description that states that. But if you line up all the dots, it seems like a pretty fitting theory. You see, Donkey, Chalice dungeons are like onions. Lots of layers. Hey, glad to hear it, Mateo. I appreciate it, man. I'm still learning too. Soulsborne is definitely the gift that keeps on giving, so I'm excited to see what's going to happen in Elden Ring. Cool. Hey, I resupplied my bullets and vials. I died on purpose, you see. Definitely wasn't an accident based on a pure lack of skill. Oh, did you see that Elden Ring is gonna have stealth mechanics like Sekiro? Dark Souls and Bloodborne didn't have stealth mechanics, but Sekiro had stealth mechanics. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but you've been able to RP walk behind enemies ever since the beginning of these games. Stealth is nothing new to FromSoft. You guys got any cursed fire gems for me? Take a free fire paper. Alright, so here's Madman Waller. Madman Waller is an NPC they added. There was the DLC, right? But before the DLC came out, there was a patch so that even if you didn't own the DLC, you could still render all the stuff and all the new objects and items. So when this patch landed before the DLC came out, NPCs like Madman Waller and Tomb Prospector Olek and a few others were added. So people kept trying to go. There was like this whole new like gold mine rush to the Chalice dungeons as people tried to figure out if there were any more summons and they could see all the new DLC weapons before the actual release of the DLC. So Madman Waller has the Madman Garb. He uses the Ludwig's rifle and he wields the Chicken Wing, also known as the Amygdalin Arm. Not a trick weapon of any sort, but certain madmen wield them like clubs. Oh, fucking Christ. Ah, Jesus. Save me, Waller. Save me. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Where are you, wench? You're down there. Oh, look who decided to show up. Get him, Waller, get him. Felt like I was gonna hit way harder. a whole bunch of wrists, but I haven't seen any Sage's hair yet. Death for lore purposes. Don't get it confused. It's only for lore purpose. Turn back, pitiful, really? Oh, it's just a shortcut. What do you see? What do you see? Oh. Alright, Waller, was good hanging out, but I'll see you later. Should I fight a boss while holding 89,000 echoes? I think I will. This is gonna be bloodletting beasts. You can always tell when it's bloodletting beast because of the breathing noises. Always mistime that. How does that still connect? Oh, just do it like 3 times in a row, that's cool. He. Oh, he. What was he doing there? I saw a bunch of like particles go up to his head. What the hell was that? I never noticed that one before. Mostly because I never fight this boss locked on. Free. Got that visceral, yeah. And I got a stagger at the end for some reason. Alright. So, bloodletting is the act of draining a body of blood. But in ancient times, in a whole bunch of different cultures, bloodletting was used as a means to drain impure blood so that new blood could be generated. So they thought that if you were sick with certain ailments, you could literally drain half the blood out of your body and let the new blood that's created heal you. Bloodletting is also what you do when you want to drain a body of blood so that you can consume the meat and help preserve it. And you would also bloodlet corpses so that they wouldn't spread infection as much. It would prevent the body from rotting as quickly. And when we look at all the hanged men that are throughout the Chalice dungeons and how they're all strung upside down with their hands above their heads and stuff like this, this could also be evidence of bloodletting, which might explain why the bodies are so well preserved. When we fight Bloodletting Beast, there's like this giant kind of wound sticking up out of his back. And later on, we can fight an alternate version of the Bloodletting Beast where this giant parasitic kind of centipede-looking thing, it's a headless Bloodletting Beast. There's Bloodletting Beast and then the headless one, but halfway through the headless fight, this like centipede-like creature bursts out of the head. And that version of the boss is able to launch these, like, insects that give you rapid poison. But yeah, that fight is a little bit worse on the Cursed dungeons. But if you're struggling against Bloodletting Beast, the best advice I can give is don't lock on, because this increases the length of your roll, and will help you avoid some of the attacks a bit easier. And you can also break a bunch of his limbs. So if you break his arms and legs, they'll take more damage once they're broken. And if you have a weapon that's able to reach the head and get some headshots in, you can also break the head for a visceral attack stagger. It's okay, boys. Elden Ring will be out soon. You won't have to wait much longer, I promise. Less than a month, by the way, poggers. Big poggers. Huge poggers. Less than a fucking month. Oh yeah, I forgot. I got the Defiled Chalice, didn't I? A chalice that breaks a labyrinth seal, only this defiled chalice is cursed. Curses are caused by inciting the anger of the Great Ones, and used to hex others. Special materials are required to complete the ritual. To try one's hand at curses, first seek the Bastard of Lauren. So the only place to find Bastards of Lauren is in Ailing Lauren. So we'll have to go fight Amygdala and do another chalice before we can open this one. The Defiled Chalice is cursed, so that means that when we enter the chalice, we have half the health we normally would, which makes the Cursed Chalices pretty brutal, but it also means they have the best rewards. You get the most echoes from them, and they can also drop cursed gems, which, while having negative effects, also have some of the best damage rolls on them as well. When we look at the Defiled Chalice, we can see that it has these purple skulls kind of seeping up out of it. And we can also see purple skulls all over the place in the fishing hamlet and the spell The Accursed Brew. So purple skulls are indicative of curses, and as this item description says, curses are caused by inciting the anger of the Great Ones. So a curse is like... A cursed item is an item that either acts in some sort of weird supernatural way, or a cursed item can also curse the person that is in possession of the item, either causing them misfortune or causing them death for, generations and generations. A hex, I'm not sure if there's any differentiation between a hex and a curse. Yeah, if you look at the Wikipedia entry for hex, it literally just says a hex is a curse, or potentially supernatural, malicious wish. So you can have good wishes and then ill wishes. So hex and curse are basically interchangeable as far as I know. Yeah, Defiled Watchdog is brutal. Just don't make a mistake, forehead. Just don't get hit, forehead. Easy, right? Yeah, that fight sucks. Sucks the big PB. It's a decent amount of echoes.
Welcome home. What? Very well. Farewell, good hunter.
Alright, 54 insight. So let me go check out that lever that's in Cathedral Ward, and we'll see if we can see the messengers. I'm also gonna buy the Hunter Chief emblem, if I can afford it. Which I probably can't. I shouldn't have spent all those other echoes. I'll have enough here for sure. Yeah, Defiled Watchdog sucks. And who's the other boss that I really struggle on in Defiled? I don't have too much a problem with Ebrietis and Amygdala, but I'm usually pretty overleveled for those encounters anyway.
There you are. You're early, dear. Is anything the matter? You can always tell me. Mother will make everything better. What's wrong? Anything you'd like to tell me? Oh, good. What a relief. You always were the brave one. But you can't bottle up everything inside. You mustn't be afraid to share. What's wrong? Anything you'd like to tell me? Oh my, you poor thing. But don't you worry. This'll help you forget. Forget your troubles.
Hey Epsilon, what's up, man?
Forget your cares.
Thanks again for the raid the other day, man.
Oh, what is it, dear? Are you in a bind again? Oh my, you poor thing. But don't you worry. This'll help you forget. Forget your troubles. Forget your cares. Oh, what is it, dear? Are you in a bind again? Oh my, you poor thing. But don't you worry. This'll help you forget. Forget your troubles. Forget your cares.
So before, the lady was basically chastising us for being a hunter and an outsider, a foreigner from Yharnam. And she basically said that she wanted nothing to do with us. Later on, after night fell, she seemed to have fallen to despair. And now that night has progressed even further, she's chugging these sedatives, and she appears to be in a quite jovial mood, but she's also confusing us with her son. Now, whether she's insane or it's because of the sedatives is all kind of up in the air, but there's another character in Sekiro where we run into a son, and his mother, who is nearby, is senile, and she views everybody that she runs into as her son. It doesn't matter who you are, she always thinks that you're her son in Asuke. So there's a parallel between this character and that character in Sekiro as well.
Oh, what is it, dear? Are you in a bind again? Oh my, you poor thing. Oh, now, have some patience. Mother will make everything better.
Another thing I like to point out is that the old lady and the lying man are natives to Yharnam. They're, Yharnam originals. They're not foreigners who came from another land. But if you take a look at the old lady's face, you can see that like her eyes are offset, her nose is twisted, she's got this permanent kind of like smirk in her face. And the same can be said for the lying man. His face is all twisted and disjointed in different directions and everything. So when FromSoft is designing the characters, they have the same kind of sliders as we do when we make our character at the beginning of the game, but they also have additional sliders that can adjust the position of certain things once they've been built. So the people who are native to Yharnam, despite claiming that the foreigners from outside the city have the most impure blood, have these deformities and ailments about them. She's off to go find some drugs. Alright, so this one does have stuff on the inside of its head. So how come when we see it in the cutscene that plays when we visit the DLC the first time, the head appears empty? Inconsistency! My immersion! Ah! Birds. So here we have the main cathedral gate that bears the symbol of ministration and communion on it. If you take a look at this icon, you can see it's basically the same thing as what we see in the communion rune, with a few added details. It's got the pyramid shape around a spade with a blood-filled chalice in the middle, and then two blood ministers purveying it, if you want to put it that way. Then the Hunter Chief emblem. A cloth emblem that belonged to the captain of the church hunters long ago opens the main gate that leads to the round plaza of the great cathedral. The main gate is shut tight on nights of the hunt, and can only be opened from the other side with this emblem. In other words, the captain's return and this emblem determined the end of the hunt. And when you have enough insight, you can see the messengers that open the lever. So if you don't have enough insight, you produce the emblem to the gate, and then the door just opens on its own. But if you have enough insight, you can see and hear the messengers pull open the lever for you. Now, it doesn't matter which direction you face. I can be facing towards the gate here, but when I produce the emblem and open the gate, my character will turn towards the messengers, and they'll pull the lever for me. Alright, give me a 1 in the chat if you didn't know these messengers existed. Only 1 hit? Really? Damn. Oh, hey, cool. When you're far enough away from the amygdala, it loads a different version of the model into the game, and we can actually see the eyes on the inside of its head from this angle. I forgot about that. Duh. I think I'm okay to head to the Nightmare Frontier now. Maybe I should do Canehurst first. No, I'll do Nightmare Frontier first because I want to get some dank-ass runes. Actually, maybe I want Chunky Boys. Screw it, I'll go to Canehurst first. I usually save it for later, but I might as well get these chunks. Didn't think that was gonna hit me. Do not hesitate. The stagecoach leaves from Hemwick Crossing. So here we have the lane that Hemwick is situated on, and this is the crossing, because we can either go down the road up here, we can go up to the cathedral, and the crossing is marked by this kind of pillar here. So we can see the sigil of Canehurst here on the door. This symbol is all over the castle that we'll end up exploring. And when it comes down to a driverless carriage and doors that open automatically, these are a pretty plain reference to the Dracula movie, the black and white Dracula movie. Canehurst is... I don't necessarily like calling the nobles of Canehurst Castle vampires, but there's definitely a lot of vampire themes going on here. They're imbibers of blood who have lived for generations. They live in a castle, and they have a lot of the same kind of memes that we've seen throughout the Dracula and other vampire movies as well. The horses that take us there are covered in very similar fur as to what we see on the beasts throughout the game. And we can actually hit these guys. And they'll fade away. But if we reload the area, we can they'll respawn again. So they're not even real physical beings or a physical carriage. There might just be some sort of apparition or spirit of some sort. And there's a lot of spirits in Canehurst Castle as well. We can fight the ghosts of the nobles that inhabited the castle. So we arrive at the Forsaken Castle Canehurst. But if we took a look at the castle from across the way at Hemwick, there didn't appear to be any snow or ice here. But when we get here, it appears like it's been frozen over for quite some time. Despite just being driven here by the horse and carriage, we can also see that they have been dead for quite some time, and the carriage itself is encased in ice. As well, we can see that the bridge and the road that supposedly took us here has long been destroyed and cut off from the rest of the landmass where Hemwick and Central Yarnum are located. So the driverless carriage is from the Dracula movie. As well, we have automatic doors. And remember that we were invited here. So, despite the fact that this is a giant gate and the road has been blown out, we have received an invitation to visit this place. Whirly Gigsaw Enjoyer. So there are some unique statues here at Canehurst. This one and this one are unique to the castle. But this statue, we can find little statuettes of this all throughout the Chalice dungeons. This one here looks an awful lot like the Venus de Milo, which is a woman standing in the same pose, mostly naked, just being covered up by a robe. And I believe there's even iterations of the Venus de Milo where she's like popping up out of a seashell or some such. I can't necessarily remember that exactly, but so there's a lot of different themes of nobility and royalty throughout this place. If you play the main game, you're only going to find these Bloodlicker type enemies in Canehurst Castle. So some people believe them to be native to this place, but if you explore the chalices enough and kill enemies with visceral attacks, you can find these guys all over the Chalice dungeons as well. We also see them on the River of Blood in the Hunter's Nightmare. So they're not necessarily just people that have transformed because of Canehurst blood, but it might be that we find these things wherever we find lots of blood. I'm gonna die. They're one of the most brutal enemies in the game. So here we have a fountain with a woman at the top, because Canehurst, like Tumeru, is monarchical society. They are ruled by a woman. So we've got the queen at the top, the nobles at the midsection, and then the fountain is filled with corpses and skeletons as well. This little dude we can see all over the bookcases in the library section of the area. And up here, we can see cloaked figures that are carrying like vases or urns or something. So maybe that's an indication of people bringing stuff up from the chalices, or a gift that's being offered or something like to that extent. And this courtyard that we're in, we can see the entire castle from the middle of the courtyard, and as we go around the perimeter, we can look down and see the central plaza as well. Or central courtyard, I should say. Bloodlickers pretty frequently drop these warm blood gemstones. So if you haven't already found some good ones in the chalices or something, you can slap one of these into your gun. Pretty decent values on them as well. Yeah, girl. Yeah. Yeah, give me a piece of that. Hey, Fausty. Fight me. Fight me. It's too full of blood. Do you want to fight stuff when you're full of food? I didn't think so. It probably couldn't even attack us if it tried to, because it's so full of blood. Very reminiscent of ticks, or something to that extent. So when we enter this room, we can hear crying, but we can't see the source of the sound. And we can see these servants who are fervently scrubbing the floor. So we can hear these women crying all over the place, but it isn't until we loot one of the items that they're revealed to us. We can say they've all been blindfolded and bound, and they were killed by having their throats slit. If you have weapons that have righteous damage, so the cane, Ludwig's Holy Blade, and a few others, righteous damage does more damage to spirit types enemies and other kinds of enemies that we can find in Canehurst and the Chalice dungeons. Here we find the Rider Palash. Oops, what am I doing? Weapon wielded by the Knights of Canehurst combines an elegant knight sword with a peculiar firearm wielded by the Canehurst Order. The old nobles, longtime imbibers of blood, are no strangers to the sanguine plague, and the disposal of beasts was a discreet task left to their servants. or knights, as they were called for the sake of appearances. So they imbibed blood, so they consumed or ate blood, and sanguine means blood, so no strangers to the blood plague. Despite the fact that there are different things that we see in Canehurst compared to the beasts that we see in Yharnam, they do talk about the disposal of beasts here. The name Reiter Palash loosely translates to rapier pistol, and Reiter Palash is also the name of one of the cores from Armored Core, which is another series that was developed by FromSoft. Long before Bloodborne and Dark Souls and Demon Souls, FromSoft worked on Armored Core, King's Field, Tenchu, and a few others. Hey, Fluffy. Yeah, a randomizer run would be fun, but you have to have a modded PS4 to be able to do it. And no, this is just on New Game. It's easier to do these sort of runs on New Game because you can only find some of the items once. If I play on New Game Plus, I have a lot more of the items handy, so I don't need to like memorize their descriptions or whatever. But at this point, I already have enough of the descriptions memorized, and I have enough frame of reference that I don't need to worry about finding items later. I can just kind of do it on a whim. I have done a couple of these runs on, like, max New Game, but I think it's a lot easier to get the point across if I just do it on a new character. Oh look, some loot on the ground. I'm sure it won't be a trap. So here we can find the noble dress, a finely tailored Bordeaux dress, worn by the nobles of the old bloodline that traces back to the forsaken Castle Canehurst. The only NPC that wears this dress is Ariana. So Ariana's blood and the dress declare that the reason why her blood was one of the types that was once forbidden is because she traces back to the Canehurst nobles. This also makes her position in the Cathedral Ward kind of curious, because if she's a descendant of Canehurst, why would she be in the Cathedral Ward, which is operated by the Healing Church? And this might be precisely because of the type of blood that she has. There's a bunch of paintings here in this room. It's got the same paintings on each side. If you want to take a closer look at these paintings, you can simply just search Canehurst paintings on Google, and they have higher quality, bigger images of them. This is a woman wearing the female version of the knight garb, which I'll find later. Here we have a red-haired lady in a dress. This lady, I believe, is supposed to be the same as the spirits that I've been fighting throughout the area, except, you know, not dead. We got a queen and her child. This is a guy wearing the male version of the knight's garb. Here's a princely-looking dude wearing the Canehurst knight armor. Old lady. Older dude. This lady here is curious because the outfit that she's wearing is the exact same as the outfit of the Tumerian women who ring the bells and enable PvP and summon enemies in. So there's another tie, or another link between Canehurst Castle and the Chalice Dungeons. Now this guy's actually kind of curious, because it looks like he's just a prince wearing some sort of random armor, but there's a cut content version of Martyr Ligarius, the boss at the end of this area. And that version of Ligarius is wearing a very similar outfit, or like undergarments, to what we see here. So at one point in developments, instead of being an executioner sent by the church to wipe out the Vile Bloods, the boss at the end of this area may have at one point been a Vile Blood himself, possibly even the king. And this guy here is wearing a kind of similar armor set to what we see in the Chalice dungeons as well. It's got these kind of frills that stick up here. So there's Yarnum on the left, and there's the building where we fought the Witch of Hemwick over that way. You can also make out the steeple of one of the buildings over there. Time to get some chunks. These enemies are gargoyles, or grotesques, as you might want to call them. And the name of this enemy is Child of Antiquity. So antiquity is like an antique, so the child of like a bygone era. But it's also kind of like a play on words, because a child is something new, and an antiquity or an antique is something that's old. So, in the same way that we used to be a human and we're now a hunter, these people have also transformed into a new form. So while he appears old, you could consider this new form to be like a newborn state, if you want to put it that way. Remember Hidden Path? So here we can get a better look at the blown out bridge that we presumably used to cross from Hemwick to Canehurst. Lending into the more nightmarish, kind of fantastic aspect of this place. Weapon at risk. Weapon at risk. I suppose it has been a few years since I repaired it. So here's the courtyard that we entered before, but because the PS4 Bloodborne was released fairly early on in the PS4's release cycle, so they had to make a lot of exceptions with the engine so that it could actually render things appropriately. So even though there's supposed to be a door here, we can't render the door from this far. As well, if we go far enough, entire buildings seem to appear and disappear at whim. So yeah, Bloodborne is a flawless masterpiece. Don't patch it or remaster it. It's perfect just the way it is. It's a flawless masterpiece with no faults whatsoever. Doesn't need a patch, doesn't need a remaster. Yeah, of course. It's perfect just the way it is. I wonder if this is a trap. Oh no, it's a trap. I've heard these guys can drop chunks, but I don't think I've ever seen them drop those. So here we have the Executioner garb, the same outfit that we saw Alfred wearing before. Attire worn by the band of executioners commanded by the martyr Ligarius later became the basis for all church attire with its heavy draping of holy shawl. As the great Ligarius once said, acts of goodness are not always wise, and acts of evil are not always foolish. But regardless, we shall always strive to be good. The brass rivets are unique to the executioners and reflect their adoration of hand-to-hand combat. So, a long time ago, after the Vile Bloods were created, when a scholar of Bergenworth stole forbidden blood and then brought it to the castle, the Healing Church declared the Cainhurst nobles to be their enemies, and they proclaimed that the impurity of the Vile Blood's own brand of blood threatened the purity of the bloods of the Healing Church's Sanctius healing blood. So they employed the executioners, commanded by Martyr Ligarius, to come to Castle Cainhurst and wipe out the Vile Blood threat. They came here and they murdered every single person that they could, but they were also slain, and Martyr Ligarius decided to stay back as a blessed anchor and protect them from evil. So this explains why we see all these ghosts throughout the area, because the executioners were sent here by the Healing Church to wipe out this group. There's a Vile Blood register in here. All the Vile Blood register does is it shows you how many people have handed in blood dregs to the Queen. In Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3, there's a way to track Covenant items and whether you've handed them in or not. It's kind of supposed to be like a scoreboard, but because you can duplicate these items, all the entries are just 999999. So there's really no use in using the register, and there's not really any interesting lore in it either. It is, like, obviously we find a book here because it's supposed to be a library of sorts, but the item itself is basically useless. Now, the only justification I can really see for there being this, like, library and, like, literally, like, thousands of books everywhere here is that nobility and royalty were the most likely groups in, like, medieval times and, like, ancient times to actually pass on information. A lot of the, like, being able to read or write was not a very common thing in older times. So it was up to nobles and royalty in order to pass down information from one generation to the next. I kind of wish there was, like, more like notes or something that told us a little bit more about this place. But that was all I was really able to find in a bunch of my research, was that even in the Victorian times, being able to read or write wasn't necessarily, like, a very common thing. And he was usually left to higher-ups in social castes. Oh, the gang's all here, huh? when you walk in front of this blown out window, you can see how the snow is coming in from outside. Now watch my outfit. When you step in front of the open window, the wind actually blows your cloth on your garb to the side. So fucking immersive. You can see the vile blood symbol appear on the back of my neck when I get smoked by those darts. Getting hit by the darts also causes you to lose stamina in some cases. I'm not sure what else it does though. Ree. This grab effect that you can see here, the same effect happens when we fight Queen Yharnam. So there is a direct parallel between these enemies and the spirit of Queen Yharnam as well. Hey Belle, what's up, dude? Hey, you like those new emotes? I finally giving Cringe Factory the respect she deserves. Cringe Factory, my greatest creation. I love how they hold their head up to scream, and then blood flies out of their neck. It's so brutal. But yeah, just another direct parallel between the Chalice dungeons as well as Cainhurst Castle. When you're fighting Queen Yharnam in the Chalices, you can hear the cries of Murgo, and if you roll or sprint or attack while Murgo is crying, you get grabbed by the same effect. Cold blood of inhuman kin of the cosmos, brethren of the great ones, used to gain unspeakable blood echoes. Dare not to delve into the world beyond humanity, the eldritch truth touched upon long ago at Bergenworth. So, there are no kin-type enemies in Cainhurst as far as I'm aware of. I don't think anything here is classified as kin. But, This I don't know, this area doesn't really have anything to do with the world beyond humanity or Bergenworth either. The only reason I've been able to justify finding a kin cold blood here is, when you're this far into the game, kin cold blood is a nice amount of echoes. Like, it's a decent amount. But typically you find kin cold blood in areas that are filled with kin, or from enemies that are supposed to be kin. So I've never really been able to 100% justify why this dude has a kin cold blood, but it is nice to find one at this stage in the game, for sure. What a thrill. Warm blood gemstone. I think that's blood tinge scaling? Yeah. Nothing really new in the description though. Yeah, dude, not much long now, not much long now. Hope y'all are ready for that Elden Ring lore. I gotta beat that punk Vadi video to the punch. Oh yeah. Executioner's gloves. One of the secret treasures hidden in Canehurst. The gloves of an executioner from a faraway land. Passed from executioner father to executioner son. Inherited. These gloves can be used to summon wrathful spirits of the past by smearing them with blood. It is said that the nobles found immeasurable delight in the dance of these vengeful specters. It's one of the only true, like, spells in the game. Like, when we think about, like, magic and arcane and stuff like that, we think about, like, being able to cast projectiles. And when we use the Executioner's gloves, we wipe blood on the glove and these red skulls kind of come out. We see the same kind of skulls throughout the Martyr Ligarius fight, and we can also see these skulls on the Ligarius wheel, which is the weapon that the Executioners used and brandished. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming my first playthrough of Elden Ring, but for the sake of not being spoiled and stuff like that, I am debating whether or not I want to stream Elden Ring in sub-only mode or not. I don't want anybody coming in and telling me stuff that I don't want to know. I don't want to have anybody just ask me, oh, have you seen this yet? Or, like, repeating lines of text to try to emphasize something that's important or whatever. So, I will definitely be streaming my first playthrough of Elden Ring, but it might be sub-only mode, just to prevent myself from getting spoiled by trolls and stuff. I gotta repair my weapon and upgrade my weapon as well. Yeah, it kind of sucks because I'm looking for a job right now, so I'll either be looking for a job or starting work by the time Elden Ring comes out, so that's also kind of feels bad. So here we have the knight outfit, which we could see on the paintings in Canehurst Castle. Adornment prized by the Knights of Canehurst resembles a ponytail of silver hair. The Canehurst way is a mix of nostalgia and bombast. They take great pride even in the bloodstained corpses of beasts they leave behind, confident that they will stand as examples of decadent art. So silver hair is a indicator of the noble bloodline of Canehurst. Attire of the Knights of Canehurst, a regal piece graced by intricate goldwork. So bombast is kind of like you like to show off. You not only wear gear not only wear outfits that stand out and declare that you're a noble or that you're royalty, but when they go around and they kill beasts, they leave the corpses behind as an example of what they've done. And like, what does bombast actually mean? Huh. Bombast is high-sounding language with little meaning, used to impress people. So it's not just important, it's meant to sound important without actually being important. Fucking chatbot, why do you scroll up half the fucking time and make me miss messages? I don't understand this program at all, it fucking sucks. You can use a controller on PC. I'm not sure what you mean by that. All you have to do is download a program called DS4 Windows and you can use a PS4 controller on PC, or you can use a Microsoft controller. I'd upgrade my weapon first. Need 4 more chunks for the next upgrade. Where did I get these 15%? Oh, those must have been from the scurrying dudes. You can also hear that the music is a little bit different in the Hunter's Dream now that I have more than 50 insight. I'm actually going to save these echoes. When I get the badge after Mother Ligarius, I can just buy all the stuff without having to deal with it. I've already shown off all the stuff regarding insight on this playthrough, so I might spend some of this as well now. This imprint here is unique to this elevator. Like, it's only ever found here. I don't really know about the significance of it. Like, the leaf or whatever she's holding looks pretty particular. I'm not sure what the hell this thing is supposed to be. It kind of looks like a donut or something. I don't really know. I don't really think it's important. I just think it's interesting that it's unique. Yeah, thanks for the offer, man. I know that our friend Kevin just got into RBW, so I was thinking about applying to RBW and some of the other factories in town. I don't really want to work at a factory again, but it's easy work and it's easy money, so I might as well, you know. And RBW isn't necessarily a bad place to work either, it's really just the shift. Like 12-hour continental shifts are brutal, but you do get a week off every month, so that would give me an entire week to play Elden Ring. So it might not be that bad. Yeah, we have there's a lot of old friends who work at RBW. So yeah, there's 2 kin Coldblood we find in Canehurst Castle. I mean, I guess, like, kin isn't just about Bergenworth and the world beyond humanity or Great Ones. It could also just be, you know, people that have transformed into something that aren't necessarily beasts, you know? Throughout our entire adventure in Canehurst Castle, we don't run into a single beast. So maybe the kin Coldblood is just there to represent the metamorphosis that they've experienced. Yo, Cabretti! With a sub. Thank you, man. Well, come on in, dude. Thank you so much. See ya. So, Martyr Ligarius is reanimated when we get too close, because Alfred said he was left here as a blessed anchor to guard the place from being discovered or infringed upon. And he cast a lot of spells during his fight. He is really resistant to arcane damage, so he's really hard to fight against on an arcane build. And I did a little trick there where when you do enough damage to him, he'll strike his sword into the ground and kind of charge himself up with a buff. This buff prevents him from being hit by bullets, so it makes him really hard to parry. And throughout the second phase, he also stabs this sword into the ground, which causes a bunch of magical swords to fly at us. But I've struggled against that fight enough, so I usually try to get it done with as quickly as possible. The sword in his left hand looks vaguely like the Demon Brant and Soul Brant swords from Demon Souls. And the kind of scythe-looking staff that he wields in his other hand is reminiscent of some of the weapons that we can see the Tumerian Elder or the Tumerian Descendant use in the Chalice dungeons. There are theories that Martyr Ligarius is a Tumerian because of the appearance of his weapons and him being so tall, but I don't necessarily think that the Healing Church employed Tumerians to hunt down Vile Bloods. It doesn't really make much sense. And here we receive the Crown of Illusions. One of the precious secrets of Canehurst, the old king's crown is said to reveal illusions and expose a mirage that hides a secret. And so Ligarius donned the crown of his own volition, determined to prevent a single soul from stumbling upon the vile secret. What visions did he see sitting serenely upon his new throne? So the crown belonged to the king, but Ligarius is not the king of Canehurst. He was sent here from the Healing Church to wipe out whoever he could find here, so that the Vile Blood lineage could end. You didn't miss much. It was like a 90-second fight, tops. So yeah, a mirage is an optical illusion that either prevents things from being seen or makes us see things that aren't there. And when we don the crown, the vile secret is revealed. So here we have some more unique assets depicting men riding horses or knights riding horses. And they have, this is basically the exact same suit of armor that we can see in the Chalice dungeons lying on the ground everywhere. Except it's not all dinged up and bent inwards and everything. The horses are also wearing armor. And the other interesting thing about these knights is that they're all missing their right leg. They've all had their right leg amputated off. They all have the left leg, but it's the right leg in particular that's missing. And when we look at Gurman, when he's in the dream or during the boss fight, Gurman is also missing his right leg and has a peg leg in its place. If we read Henrik's leggings, it says that there was an old superstition that beast blood crept up the right leg. So that might be why.
Visitor, I claim no subjects, but here lieth our throne. Kneel afore us, or get thee gone. Such impudence. Defiled are we, yet still queen. We shall not give audience to an ill-mannered beast. We shall not give audience to an ill-mannered beast. Get thee gone. Visitor. Moon-scented hunter. I am Annalise, Queen of Castle Canehurst. Ruler of the Vile Bloods, and sworn enemy of the Church. Yet our people are murdered, and we are prisoner to this wretched mask. What is it thou art in search of? Well, well. An odd hunter thou art indeed. We've tired of these piteous nights. Share in our plight, and take oath against the Church. If thou wouldst this path walk, I prithee, partake of my rotted blood.
No.
A wise choice. There is no more to be said. Away from mine gaze. Well, well. We've touched. If thou I prithee. Very well. Drink deep of our blood. Feel the spreading corruption burn. Now, thou art too a vile blood. We two, the very last on this earth. We await thy return, for the honor of Canehurst.
Badge of the Royal Guards of Canehurst, loyal guardians of the Vileblood Queen Annalise. The Vilebloods are hunters of blood, and hunt prey as they search for blood dregs. The hunter who joins them is faced with a decision: to merely borrow their strength, or to become one of them, heart and soul. So this badge gives us the armor and the weapons the Vilebloods use, and when it says that the hunter who joins them is faced with the decision to borrow their strength or to become one of them, when we receive blood dregs after equipping the rune, we can either use blood dregs to gain insight, or we can hand them in to the Blood Queen, which kind of depicts our subservience to her. And blood dregs are used so that Queen Annalise may one day bear a child of blood, and they're found in the bodies of hunters who have become blood-crazed fiends or whatever. Blood dregs can be found in them. So whenever you equip the rune and then you kill hunter players or hunter NPCs, they'll drop blood dregs. Now, when it comes down to the reward for blood dregs, you only need to hand in one to Queen Annalise to receive a gesture. Otherwise, the only other use for them is to gain insight. So if you want to get more insight than usual on a playthrough, you can equip the corruption rune and then go and hunt NPCs or PvP. A secret symbol left by Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth. Several runes contain a nuance of blood, including the rune of corruption, associated with the Oath of the Corrupt. Pledgers to this oath are Canehurst Vilebloods, hunters of blood who find dregs for their queen in cold blood, particularly in that of hunters. Yet the corrupt are heretics in the eyes of the Church, and thus subject to the wrath of the executioners. So, your oath rune, the blue rune up here, you can only have one of those equipped at a time. So by equipping this rune, you are assigning an oath to that group. And you can co-op with friends, but if you summon somebody into your world equipping the corruption rune and they have an executioner rune, you won't be friends, you'll be enemies, because the executioners are the sworn enemies of the Canehurst Vilebloods. So there's a couple different situations in the game where you can summon in a friend for co-op, but then you can fight them in unique areas. So if you get to the end of the game and you can access the Gurman or Moon Presence boss fights, you can actually fight people in the Hunter's Dream, which is kind of cool. Vermin do not give you insight, no. An old sealed summons, like the first of its kind. It is an invitation to Canehurst, but for whom it is not known, as it lacks an addressee. This item can be given to Alfred, so that he can make his way here.
How sad this is. If only our life was so easily forfeit.
Is she okay? So, I'm not really sure why they put the mask on, because even though she's still wearing the mask, we're still able to drink her blood and become a vile blood ourselves. So I never really understood the point of the mask, but there is the story of the man in the iron mask. It's a movie as well as an old folktale about he was a member of royalty who was blamed for like treason or traitorship or something like that. I can't necessarily remember all the details, but a group was meant to go and rescue this man in the iron mask, but when they removed the mask from him, it was revealed to them that he was a member of this noble line of royalty. So I think there may be some sort of parallel there. Now you can kill Queen Annalise through conventional means. If you hit her, she'll just say, "Oh, how sad this is," blah blah blah. But if you continue to hit her like 8 million times, she will eventually die. Or you can just do the little poison trick that I showed you there. If you look at the meat, the little gibs and gore of Queen Annalise that's been left behind, you can see how it's still wiggling. It's still moving very slowly. And we can receive the queenly flesh. What remains of Annalise, Blood Queen of Canehurst, this pinkish lump of flesh remains warm as if cursed. All hail the undying Queen of Blood. So this is why Logarius decided to guard the entrance for all time, and why he sealed the place up, because Logarius and his band of executioners were able to kill every last other vile blood that was in this place. When we received the vile blood rune and badge, Annalise proclaims that her and the player character are the last two vile bloods remaining on this earth. So, if Queen Annalise cannot be killed, she always has the potential to create more vile bloods, unless she's sealed away forever. So, while there are a lot of parallels between Queen Annalise and Queen Yarnum, because they're both people with the same type of blood who are able to carry a child of blood, which is a Great One baby. In order for a Great One to use a human as a surrogate, they have to have a high enough quality of blood, and it turns out that the most impure blood is the closest to divinity. The big difference between Queen Yarnum and Queen Annalise, however, is that Queen Annalise is undead. She is already dead, but she cannot be killed because of this. She is unkillable. Queen Yarnum, however, has been dead for quite some time, because the Yarnum stone that we received from her boss fight declares that Queen Yarnum lies dead, but her consciousness stirs in unsettling motions. So, they both are people who can carry children of blood, but Queen Yarnum has been dead for quite some time, and Queen Annalise is unkillable. No, I can't. I don't play guitar. I just have a guitar in the background for decoration. That's not even really a joke either, because I don't play them anymore. I have that guitar and the other one, but I literally never touch them. I think I'll hold on to those for now. Chikage. Foreign-made weapon wielded by the royal guards who protect Annalise, queen of the Vile Bloods at Canehurst Castle. When the intricate rippled engraving that spans the Chikage's blade is imbrued with blood, the sword sings in scarlet hues. However, the rite eats away at the wielder's very essence. So, untricked, it's just a normal katana that is skill-based and based off your dexterity. But when you trick the weapon, you put it into a sheath and it becomes covered in blood, and it does more damage as well as scaling with blood tinge in this form, but as long as you have it in two-handed form, it will constantly eat away at your health points. I can't remember the exact etymology of the word Chikage, but if I remember correctly, chi is a title given to children, or it means like child or newborn in some way, and kage, no, chi means blood, sorry, chi means blood, and kage can either mean child or shadow, so the loose interpretation of the name Chikage could either be blood child or blood shadow. Don't necessarily quote me 100% on that. I looked up a bunch of stuff for Sekiro, and it's kind of hard. Like, if you just search for like Japanese words, like chi and kage and these prefixes and suffixes, it's kind of hard to get like a one-to-one on them. Like, it's never usually just translatable from one form into another. But if we look at the credits for Bloodborne, once we beat the game, at some point in the credits it says special thanks to Chikage Yamamura. Chikage is not just the name of the sword that we find in Bloodborne, but there's an NPC in the DLC called Yamamura the Wanderer, and the name Yamamura is also the name of the person who designed the combat in Sekiro. So a nice little triple meaning there for you. If you play Sekiro, there's also Onikage, who is the horse that... my name is Gyobu Masataka Oniwa. Yeah, Gyobu's horse is Onikage. Oni is the Japanese word for demon. So if kage means child or shadow, the translation of Onikage might roughly be demon shadow or demon child. You can also hear a guy crying because his horse died from hearing firecrackers explode and having a heart attack, and the name of that horse is Kokage. Special pistol used by Canehurst Knights. The Evelyn uses quicksilver bullets just as any workshop firearm, but the Canehurst variant relies more on blood tinge. Lovingly named after a woman and graced with an intricate design, Evelyns were adored by Canehurst Knights. So if you have high enough blood tinge to use the weapon, Evelyn does more damage than any other pistol in the game with a single bullet. And there's also a crossbow and maybe another bow-type weapon in the Dark Souls series that's referred to as Evelyn. So you have Evelyn and then Evelyn. So it's a name that Miyazaki is obviously fond of. And here's the suit of armor that we could see before. Silver helmet worn by the royal guards to protect Annalise, queen of the Vile Bloods at Canehurst Castle. This paper-thin silver armor is said to deflect blood of ill intent, and is what allows the royal guards to capture prey for their beloved queen, so that one day she may bear a child of blood. And you can see here that when you wear the helmet, it also has a silver-looking hair, which is an attribute of the Vile bloodline. All right, I gotta go to the washroom real bad. I'll be right back. Alrighty, thank you for sticking around. I'm just now seeing similarities between the look of this helmet and the hair and the Blood Wolf character in Elden Ring. God damn it, I can't wait for Elden Ring. It's gonna be so good. Ooh, that actually... It's actually kind of a vibe, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, fuck it, I'm doing it. Okay, I did that, I did that, I did that. Let me put on the Vile Blood rune so I can get some blood dreggies. And I'm gonna put on the Frenzy Resistance rune so I don't get screwed by the Winter Lanterns in the Nightmare Frontier. So I gotta step lightly around to the right of the Grand Cathedral to receive the gift of the Godhead. Possessing the Tonsil Stone allows us to explore the Nightmare Frontier before we fight Rom. I should be able to get the other 4 chunks that I need there as well. Over here we can see the Great Tree where we fight Gurman, and there's the abandoned workshop. And over this way is the ancient shrouded church that will eventually take us towards the unseen village. Nice. Field trip, field trip.
Oh, amygdala. Oh, amygdala. Have mercy on the poor bastard.
So that was the voice of Patches, who was the guy who gave us the tonsil stone in the first place. And that confirms that the name of the boss is amygdala, but the name of the part of the brain is the amygdala. Slightly different pronunciation there. And here we find ourselves on the first floor of the lecture building. We can see a lot of the same assets that we saw at Bergenworth, because this is supposed to be a section of the College of Bergenworth that's now somewhere else. It's got the same canisters filled with eyes, sealed with wax. And we can also see the corpses of baby great ones all over the place as well. You can see how Patch's eyes are kind of like droopy in this scene, like he's barely able to stay awake.
What a joy it is to behold the divine. It must be such a pleasure. You're in my debt, you know. You're nigh on a beast of the field. But here you are, treading a measure with the gods.
So we're a hunter, nigh on a beast of the field. We're just out in the field hunting beasts as we ought to. But now that we find ourselves in a section of the nightmare, we're now treading a measure with the gods. Treading a measure is another water reference, where when you're treading through water, and treading through water means like barely staying afloat at the surface. So there's a lot of different water imagery and themes between the nightmare and the waking world.
Are your feet as fat as your wits? Oh, cease this dithering. Take the plunge. Throw yourself to the wolves.
Take the plunge. And he's just basically kind of laughing at us because he doesn't think that we'll be able to succeed in this new place we found ourselves in. Not very many people have been able to make their way to the nightmare. And Patches is very persistent in his ability to set us into traps and lead us into areas we ought not to be. Here we have one of the slime scholars. They're wearing a variant of the student uniform as well as their graduation caps. If you come here as early as possible, it's a pretty good farming spot, because those guys drop a decent amount of echoes as well as bullets that we can get for free. Key to the lecture theater and the lecture building. Today, the two-story lecture building is adrift in the nightmare. But once it was a place of reflection, where scholars learned of history and archaeology. Perhaps it still is, as the students in the lecture theater appear to await the return of their professor. So, the lecture building used to be a section of Bergenworth, but now it's adrift in the nightmare, and acts as a kind of like middle ground between the waking world and the nightmare. And at this point in the game, this is technically our first step into the nightmare, which is also why the next area is called the Nightmare Frontier. Uniform of the students of Bergenworth, a bygone institute of learning, this alternative lacks the thick cape. The Healing Church has its roots in Bergenworth and naturally borrows heavily from its uniform design. The focus not on knowledge or thought, but on pure pretension, would surely bring Master Willem to despair, if only he knew. So there's two possible candidates for the professor they're awaiting. It could either be Mikolash or it could be Willem. I'm more inclined to think that it's Willem, because Mikolash wears the student uniform himself. So Mikolash and Lawrence were both students of Bergenworth, and if Willem is the master of the college, then he is likely the professor, or I should say was likely the professor. This room, I guess the students would have sat in the chairs, and as the professor was giving a lecture, he would have been able to walk around like this. The key also said that Bergenworth was focused on archaeology, and as the story goes, Bergenworth was the first group to set foot into the Chalice Dungeons, the Tomb of the Gods. And so we can also find some materials from the Chalice dungeons, like the red jelly. Material used in a Holy Chalice ritual: stillborn infants, born of a creature of unknown origin, of the type found in some corners of the old labyrinth. So, in order to beckon ungodly forces or to venture into the chalices, we can sacrifice blood, mold, flowers, and body parts, as well as the remains of stillborn infants found in the Chalice dungeons, and the remains of the bastards of Loran, which are also infants from that place. This also lends credence to the notion or the theory that the cries of Murgo are being used to beckon the moon, because if we use red jelly and the bastards of Loran as offerings, then maybe the cries of Murgo are what is causing the red moon to hang so low. This might be why the game ends once Murgo is laid to rest. If you want to farm these guys, you can open the door and then just throw Molotovs at them. They're pretty weak to fire, so it generally one-shots them. And the volume higher than usual, sorry about that. So here we have a new spell. The Augur of Abriatus. Remnant of the Eldritch Truth encountered at Bergenworth. Use phantasms, the invertebrates known to be augurs of the Great Ones, to partially summon abandoned Abriatus. The initial encounter marked the start of an inquiry into the cosmos from within the old labyrinth, and led to the establishment of the choir. So when we use this, we partially summon Abriatus, and a tentacle pops out of a little wormhole. If we hit enemies with this, it will knock them back. But if we interrupt their attack with it or hit them in the back with it, it will also be able to leave them open for a visceral attack. Slugs are referred to as augurs of the Great Ones and signs of the Left Behind Great Ones in the Pearl Slug description, as well as the Empty Phantasm Shell and the Augur of Abriatus spell. An augur is a rank within a church, but an augur can also be considered a natural sign of divinity. So if we think about lightning strikes, or like rays of light coming in from the sky, or in this case, slugs that we can find all over the place, these not only guide us to further discovery, but they are also remnants of the Eldritch Truth encountered at Bergenworth. The Eldritch Truth is knowledge about the world beyond humanity, or the Nightmare, as it's known in this case. And if we look at Abriatus, the boss, she also appears to have a few very slug-like features as well. And slugs are creatures that can be found around like detritus and dead stuff. So they're another example of life that springs from death. There's a few chalkboards in the lecture building, and I think people actually took these equations and diagrams as, like, this diagram here is a measure of how our eye interprets light. So when light enters our eye, it flips and is depicted, like, technically, if I understand it correctly, when light enters our eye, the image is upside down, but our brain corrects it by flipping it to its normal state, or some such. I can't necessarily remember all the details. A herald is also another term for augur. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I never thought about that. They're basically the same kind of word, almost. A herald is somebody who, like, passes messages from one to another. And an augur could be considered something that guides us towards, you know, communion. So the doors in the lecture building have this kind of purple mist about them, and purple mist is another aspect of the nightmare that we can see in the defiled chalice. So here we find ourselves in the Nightmare Frontier. Frontier is an entryway into an unknown land. So if there's a place that you're not really familiar with, your entryway into that area could be considered the frontier. In this case, the Nightmare Frontier is not only our first instance of exploring the nightmare, but you could also consider it to be the frontier of the Nightmare of Mensis, which is visible in the distance up here. Now I'm gonna get PvP'd on, and I don't really want to be, so I'm just gonna rush forward and kill the Tumerian Chime Maiden. I play online during these runs to show, like, player notes and the like the specters and that sort of stuff, but I really have no interest in PvPing on a lore playthrough. Nice. Up here we can get some cold blood flower buds, which are one of the resources we need to get to Lauren Chalice. These enemies that throw rocks at us are called giant lost children. These guys are called Lauren Silver Beasts. Thing's still chasing me? Holy shit. See ya. We can see patches up here, but even if we manage to knock him down from that spot, he'll still be able to push us off the ledge. When we come down this way, we can see some shining coins guiding us towards some loot. And if we find this note here, it says, "This way to witness a miracle." This note is only here before Patches pushes us off the ledge. So Patches put this note here and the coins so that he could push us off. So that's twice now that Patches wasn't red when he pushed me off the ledge. Typically, he's got this kind of red tinge to his legs, but I was starting to wonder if maybe going so far into the chalices is what prevents the red from showing up or something. I have no idea. Yeah, Patches is known throughout the Souls series as being a dude who pushes us off ledge and is generally a kind of an asshole. Hey, nerdy. These enemies are called crawlers. And when crawlers do their poison attack, we can see messengers all over their bellies. Crawlers are unique to this area, and if you farm them, they can actually drop cold blood. There we have a Winter Lantern, which is an enemy that is... give me a second. Oh. So Winter Lanterns are one of the worst enemies in the game. They have a grab that does a lot of damage, and seeing them causes us to become frenzied, which also does a lot of damage. So they can be really hard to deal with unless you have good parry timing or a weapon attack that can knock them down. Winter Lanterns are named after a type of flower in Japan, and lanterns in Japan are a large symbol of death. When somebody in your family dies, you take a red lantern and you send it off into the water or up into the sky, and it's a paper lantern, so it eventually just kind of burns up. The name Winter Lantern is taken as a direct translation from their name in Japanese, and the Winter Lantern's flower comes from Japan. Their brains resemble the brain of Mensis, and both the brain of Mensis and the Winter Lanterns are composed out of messengers. And here we have some of the lumen flowers. We can see these closed in the Upper Cathedral Ward, but when we venture into the Nightmare, we can see them blooming and open and fluorescent. So here's the Upper Cathedral Ward in the waking world. These are the same flowers in the research hall in the Hunter's Nightmare. And these are the same flowers, but in the actual nightmare themselves. So, the celestial emissaries and the lumen flowers aren't necessarily things that were invented by the church. They were discovered deep down in the chalices as well as in the nightmare. Here we have the messenger's gift. His gift. A strange gift from the messengers, inhabitants of the dream who revere the brave hunters. Used to envelop oneself in a black nightmarish mist, then transform into a messenger. The illusion is a parlor trick, and any large movement will break the spell. To preserve the guise, proceed very slowly. And if we use the gift, we appear as a messenger note. So any experienced PvPer will probably recognize this as soon as you try to use it, but you can use these to kind of hide your position on the map and maybe spring a trap onto new unexperienced players. But the way that this little guy kind of reaches up like that is it's unique to the messenger's gift, so it's a pretty easy tell. I don't know why I did that. Oh well. So yeah, you can basically farm cold blood from these things if you really want to, but I don't really think it's an effective means of trying to level up or anything. Do the thing. Yeah, do the thing. Get around the fucking gravestone, Jesus. Oh, I forgot there was a Great One's Wisdom down here. Hey, Chromai, how's it going? I can get a couple more cold blood flower buds over this way. Yikes. Fantastic. I'm getting out of here. There's a way you can get around down this way if you don't feel like dealing with the winter lanterns. This also helps you get the jump on the Wandering Madness that's up here. These guys are the same as the guys that scurry away from us and give us weapon upgrades, but they actually have attacks and will do damage to us. And this guy gives us 2 chunks, and then there's another one that gives us 2 chunks down the other way. You can use sedatives to clear the frenzy debuff, if you're quick enough. Nah, Patches doesn't die when you knock him off, does he? I never thought about that before. That was the first time that I've seen it down there. Like, I don't remember seeing a Great One's Wisdom down there before. So maybe. Alright, so there's all the chunks I need for my next upgrade. Need these health vials. Isn't one of these health vials? Oh, they're up here. The Lauren Silver Beasts reinforce the connection between the Nightmare Frontier and Lauren. In order to get to Lauren in the first place, we have to kill Amygdala, and the Silver Beasts come from Lauren because it's in their name. Some people choose to believe that the Nightmare Frontier is what remains of Lauren in some capacity or something, but the land of Lauren was swallowed by the sands, and all that's left is the chalices dug underneath the city or the area, so I don't necessarily agree with that. Nightmares are totally new places that are born from the memory of other places. It doesn't imply that the Nightmare Frontier is Loran in any capacity. Oops. This flower-looking symbol can also be found on the arch that takes us to the Amygdala boss fight, and we can also see these all over the Upper Cathedral Ward, where we fight the Celestial Emissaries. These statues are unique to the Celestial Emissary version of the room. When we see the same room in the research hall, these statues are not present in that version. Well, like, there's the Lauren Chalice explicitly states that the lands above the surface of Lauren were swallowed by the sands. And when we venture into the Tumeru chalices, it's implied that those are the chalices underneath Yharnam and the Forbidden Woods kind of area, because Yharnam is named after Queen Yharnam, who was the queen of Tumeru. So it's like, to say that the Nightmare Frontier is Loran would be like to say that the Hunter's Dream is the abandoned workshop. It's based on the memory of that place, but they are by no means the same place. The abandoned workshop didn't just disappear and turn into the Hunter's Dream. Both places exist in tandem, but one is abandoned, one exists in a dream. You see what I'm saying? So I've seen some people who are like, no, the Nightmare Frontier is Loran. Loran was swallowed by the sands, and now it's the Nightmare Frontier. But it's not really the case, because these nightmares and dreams that we can explore are the memories of places that exist but are now something else now in the nightmare. Part of the nightmare. Alright, take it easy, Breakfast Bills. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate the kind words. Well, I don't know, like, the Nightmare Frontier might be its own place. Like, we can see the Nightmare of Mensis from the one angle, but we can also see the shipmasts of the fishing hamlet from another angle, right? So it might just be reinforcing the connection between all these places. But when we think about the Hunter's Dream, the Nightmare of Mensis, the Hunter's Nightmare, all of these places have hosts. There's a human host, and then there is the Great One that person made contact with. So I can't really think of if the Nightmare Frontier is its own isolated nightmare instead of just the frontier of the Nightmare of Mensis. We never find anybody here who we could consider the hosts. There's the hunters who are in the other section of this place, but I don't necessarily think that those people could be considered the hosts. Like, they could just be other hunters who are exploring here because they're on their own night of the hunt, very similar the way we are. But, yeah, like Amygdala drops the Lauren chalice, and it states that it was another place that's kind of like Yharnam, except it actually succumbed to the Scourge of the Beast and fell entirely. What we're seeing with Yharnam is the city beginning to fall and beginning to crumble, but Lauren is an example of a place that has already fallen entirely. So, yeah, it's an interesting question, but nothing in the game explicitly states who that person could be. But it's fun to speculate about regardless. Yeah, because like the Nightmare Frontier and the Nightmare of Mensis are definitely connected, and Miko Lash was a student of Bergenworth. So if he was a student of Bergenworth, he would have been exploring the chalices. Like, he even uses hunter tools as well, right? So it's not just that Miko Lash is a student of Bergenworth, like he was a hunter as well, so he would have been exploring the chalices. So yeah, he's probably a pretty viable candidate, I would say. Well, I've always said that the shipmasts are just here to reinforce the connection between all the places. It's fun to speculate that all these places are separate from each other, but the reinforcement is that they're all connected regardless. So if we take a close look here, you can see that the winter lanterns and the brain of Mensis is not just a brain covered in eyes, but you can also see that it's made up out of messengers as well. Same with the crawler enemies that are in the same area. We think of the messengers as being inhabitants of the dream, but they also compose portions of the creatures that we can find in the nightmare. If you go around that way, you can actually fight that one without getting blasted by frenzy. Ooh, we got a curse gem. Physical attack up 9.9, garbage. Yeah. Great Deep Sea is rapid poison resist, if I remember correctly. Oh, all resistance types. And it's got the same description as everything else. But I do like the implication that the Great Deep Sea Like, there's a lot of associations between lakes and seas and the nightmare. So if Great Deep Sea increases all resistance types, it helps reinforce the notion that we hear at the end of the cutscene when we fight the Orphan of Kos, is that it's a bottomless curse and a bottomless sea, accepting of all that there is and can be, right? Pretty sure that was everything. Except for what I didn't get in the other sections. I gotta go resupply my blood vials. Well, all the other hosts still have a human form, and they're trapped within that part of their dream or nightmare, right? Like, Gurman is trapped in the dream, Mikolash is trapped in the nightmare of Mensis, although he appears to be enjoying himself. And if Maria is the host of the Hunter's Nightmare, then she's also kind of confined there in death as well. So the problem with Patches being the host of the Nightmare Frontier is that he's no longer a human form. He's something that metamorphosized into something else, and he has free reign of all of these areas the same way that the player character does. So if being the host of that nightmare confines you to that nightmare, it can't really be Patches because he's just kind of everywhere all at once, right? But maybe that's just an attribute of him openly worshipping Amygdala instead of trying to fight them. Maybe. It's all supposition, it's all up in the air. All I know for sure is that the game never explicitly states who the host of the Nightmare Frontier is, or whether there even is one at all. So throughout the Nightmare Frontier and the Nightmare of Mensis, we can see the same kind of nightmarish looking gravestones and tombstones. And we can see that even though they're made up out of stone, they're also made up out of blood, which is another attribute of the nightmares. They all have some sort of stone formation, and they're all made up out of blood and dead bodies and detritus and all that sort of stuff. Throughout the Nightmare Frontier, as well as the fishing hamlet, we have these cairns. Cairn is a pile of stones that has been stacked up in a kind of like a tower formation, and cairns can either be used to guide us towards like trails or natural wonders like waterfalls and lakes and rivers and that sort of stuff. But when we're talking about Japanese folklore, if you remember from Sekiro, there are Jizo statues, and Jizo statues are statues of Buddha effigies that are wrapped in a red cloth. In Japanese folklore or Shinto folklore, Shinto is the Japanese belief in spirits and natural spirits, the notion that every object or piece of nature has a little god in it, if you want to put it that way. But cairns in Japanese folklore, when you have a child or an infant or a stillborn infant die before its parents, the death of that child causes grief to the parent, and so because of this grief, the child's spirit or the infant's spirit is not able to proceed into the afterlife. In Japan, it's a lot like many other cultures where in order for your spirit to proceed to the afterlife, it first has to cross a river and pay some sort of penance. So as long as the death of that infant is causing grief to the parents, the child is no longer able to cross that river the spirit is no longer able to cross that river into the afterlife. So while they're trapped beside this river, the infant will pile stones up as a measure of penance for the grief that it's causing its parents. Jizo is a Shinto deity who will spot these children on the river of the death, or the river of afterlife, however you want to interpret it. And when he sees that these spirit infants are being accosted by malicious spirits, or oni, or what's the other word for them? A bad spirit in Japan is not a demon. Shit, I can't remember what the hell the word is. But Jizo will pop out and he'll wrap the spirits in a red cloth in an effort to protect it from yokai. Yokai is a bad Japanese spirits, and I can't remember what a good one's called now. But yeah. So when I was looking into Sekiro, I found out the meaning behind the piles of stones in this game, as well as the piles of seashells that we can see in the fishing hamlet. Alright, there's a bunch more items I gotta go pick up. Oh, these kind of hexagonal rocks that we can see everywhere, we can actually find these in the real world in a few areas. I can't necessarily remember the actual name for them, but this type of rock happens when lava flows into cold water and cools down rapidly. Basalt pillars in the Giant's Causeway. Yeah. So these are actually a natural formation that we can see here in the Nightmare. We can find examples of this in Iceland as well as Ireland, I believe. And like I was saying, it's really easy to overlook, but stone and different formations of stone are a big part of the Nightmare. We have these kind of basalt rock formations in the Nightmare Frontier. We have all the round, squiggly looking rocks that we can see in the Hunter's Nightmare. And even in the Hunter's Dream, we can see the shrines, the stone pillars that are off in the fog and water of the Hunter's Dream. Clockwise metamorphosis. So this rune gives us 10% HP instead of 5% HP. And like I was saying yesterday, we have clockwise metamorphosis, which grants us extra health, and anti-clockwise metamorphosis, which gives us extra stamina. The twisted cross means metamorphosis. The discovery of blood made their dream of evolution a reality. Metamorphosis and the excesses and deviation that followed were only the beginning. Throughout a few different ancient cultures, a whirlpool shape or a twisted cross can mean a few different things. When the twisted cross is clockwise, it represents moving outwards from the center, and this can represent personal growth and changing from one form into another in a good way. And when we have anti-clockwise twisted cross, it represents a shape that is going inward. So it can represent introspection and looking inwards in order to find out more about yourself. It could also mean, retreating inwards to yourself and, that sort of stuff. If you look at a galaxy looks like a whirlpool that's in water, but I think galaxies are always clockwise because galaxies are expanding outwards. This is actually something that I learned about while I was researching Alan Wake and Control, because the whirlpool is a symbol that represents the Alan Wake universe. Yeah, Chromai, it's like there's the isolated stories about the characters and the places that we visit, but in terms of like the meaning behind the runes and the shape of the gems and all these other crazy little details, it's pretty ridiculous how Miyazaki and people like Miyazaki are able to put together these worlds in a cohesive form. Like, there's so much stuff and it all, even if you can't really accept it early on, it ends up making sense the more that you look at it. What does stunning give us? Stunning is rapid poison. Gross. I need one more cold blood flower bud. Out of the way, please. Out of the way, please. I'm gonna get crushed by a rock in a second. Here we have a black church doctor, and the other guy is wearing the Yarnum Hunter set. So nothing really necessarily explains why these guys are here. Whether they're just exploring the same way we are, or whether they got here by some other means. This guy actually has a lightning gem in his weapon. You can tell if it's a lightning gem when it doesn't have a lightning buff on it, but it still does lightning damage. Awful things that vile bloods see in cold blood. The vile bloods of Canehurst, bloodlusting hunters, see these frightful things in cold blood. They often appear in the blood of echo fiends, that is to say, the blood of hunters. Queen Annalise partakes in these blood drag offerings, so that she may one day bear the child of blood, the next vile blood heir. And if we take a close look at the Dreggies, we can see the commies. Blood dregs either have the spirits or the echoes of the people that we kill in them, or you could also interpret them as sperm, because we need to use these in order to have Queen Annalise bear the child of blood. Hey, Black Goatee, how's it going? The Hunters of Despair. Yeah, I saw the Hunters of Despair back in 2007. They were pretty good, but it was a bit of a scuffed show. It was really hot in the venue. Yeah, they don't have like an official name or any sort of like dialogue or anything. They're just chilling in the Nightmare of Mensis. So like I was saying, there's maybe a few different ways to interpret it. Either they came here on purpose, like maybe they are just on their own night of the hunt and they ventured in here, but they also appear to be working together, right? Like they attack you in tandem, so maybe they're just blood-crazed hunters who are trapped in the nightmare. It's all fairly vague as far as I'm aware. So we have the fading lake, and we have the clear deep sea. When we're looking at the different ranks of runes, each rank of the rune is represented by more clarity. So the lower ranks could be considered fading, and the higher ranks are more clear. Clarity has been a theme in Dark Souls and Bloodborne ever since Demon Souls, where clarity means that you still retain your soul and you still retain your humanity, but the more that clarity fades, the less you remember about yourself. And then we can see how that went from Demon Souls into Dark Souls, where the more of your humanity leaks out, the more hollow you become, right? Similar to the Chalice dungeons, we have these messengers with lanterns that we can find in the Nightmare Frontier. When we're in the Chalice dungeons and we go past a room that we've never explored before, the lantern is not lit. But then when we pass the door, the lantern is lit. So there's a few of these guys here. There's this one here. There's another one over this way by the Chime Maiden. These things are just going to chase me forever, aren't they? Holy shit. Oh, the flower bud is where Patches is. That's where I'm going. The treasure that Patches was trying to guide you to is the last flower bud that I need. Flower bud, flower bud, flower bud, flower bud, flower bud. Words are hard. Oh, we can also, speaking of flowers, buds, we can also see flowers all over the Nightmare Frontier. Alright, so there's the last one that I need for the Lauren Chalice. I'm okay to go and fight the boss. True, very true. Hail Satan. Check out the echoes, check them. So here's where we go to fight Amygdala. And if we look in the mists surrounding the boss arena, we can see the same ship masts from the fishing hamlet. This is another example of ways that they have visual foreshadowing in the main game of stuff that we eventually come to discover in the DLC. As we approach the Grand Cathedral, there's Amygdalas holding whaling spears, which could be a prelude to the fishing hamlet. And in the Witches of Hemwick boss arena, we have this. We have this statue, which probably represents Lawrence before he turned into the cleric beast. The bed that we can see this figure laying on is basically the same bed that we can see Lawrence on when we approach him in the Hunter's Nightmare. So you can see how the beds and the position of the body are very similar. This is also similar to La Pieta, which was a sculpture by Michelangelo. La Pieta is the Mother Mary holding the injured Jesus Christ before he's crucified, if I remember correctly. Kind of it represents the humanity of Jesus Christ. We know that he was, or we suppose that he was the Son of God and everything, but the story, the big impact that we learn about before his resurrection was that he was still very much human. So there's a bunch of different visual cues that foreshadow stuff that we eventually find in the DLC. Alright, I will be right back. Just give me 1 second, folks. Yeah, see, Black Goatee knows. Black OT knows. We got a 99 insight nerd in the chat with us. Feels good. Ah, it's poison. Oh, Jesus. I'm okay. I'm okay. This is my favorite spot to duel people in the game. I have an amazing clip that actually got deleted because I'm a fucking idiot. And I had a trade with somebody on this bridge where just as I killed them, they smoked me with a cannon. It was good times. Had by them, not me. Actually, I guess by both of us, but whatever. Look at that render distance. Who baby? Oh, Amygdala, have mercy on me, please. Nice whiff, bro. Nice whiff. Oof. Am I dead? I'm alive. Oh. That went perfectly. No mistakes. Not even a little mistake. Oh, that was fun. Ailing Lauren Chalice. A chalice that breaks a labyrinth seal. Lauren is a tragic land that was devoured by the sands. The tragedy that struck this ailing land of Lauren is said to have its roots in the Scourge of the Beasts. Some have made the dreaded extrapolation that Yharnam may be next. So Lauren is a place that suffered a very similar fate to Yharnam, except while we see Yharnam in its final days, or potential final days, Lauren is a land that has already fallen. If it is a land that was devoured by the sands, my headcanon has always kind of said that maybe if it was swallowed by the sands, if Yharnam is supposed to be in London, Victorian England, maybe Loran was a place that was like further down in the Middle East or Africa or something in that regards. Some place that has a desert area. And the story of Lauren is very similar to what we see in what's that tomb in Dark Souls 3 called? Why can't I remember anything right now? My brain is turning into mush. But there's another place in Dark Souls 3 that is a land that was devoured by sand, and we only get to explore the tombs underneath that place. So there's a pretty distinct parallel between Lauren and Karthus. Karthus is the place in Dark Souls 3 that was swallowed by the sands. So we hear about this place, but we never actually get to explore it, which kind of lends into the mystery and everything. Amygdala is a great one that Patches worships. Amygdala does count as a kin because they're weak to thrust and lightning, but if we look at the achievements, we can clearly see that bosses like Rom are classified as a great one. One Reborn, not a great one, despite being kin. Murgo's Wet Nurse, great one. Amygdala, great one. So there are examples of great ones that classify as kin, and there are also examples of great ones that do not classify as kin. If we look at the achievements for the DLC, we can see that Orphan of Kos is a great one, but they are not classified as kin. Lightning is the Orphan of Kos's lowest resistance, but if we outfit ourselves with damage versus kin up gem, it doesn't actually increase the damage against that enemy. The neat thing about Amygdala is, apart from being a boss that kind of represents, or looks, I should say, like a morel mushroom, the amygdala is a portion of the brain that controls our fear response, whether we fight or fly. It can also control dreams as well as our emotions. The amygdala is basically like a filter through which input is turned into feelings, emotions, or dreams. The amygdala is a very small part of the brain that's in like the middle of the brain-ish, or maybe at the base, I can't really remember, but the shape of the amygdala is like an almond, and the word amygdala comes from the Greek word for almond. The word amygdala in Portuguese, or maybe some other language, also means tonsil. So all at once, amygdala means almond, the portion of the brain that's shaped like an almond, and a tonsil, which is why the tonsil stone is what takes us to the Nightmare Frontier. Now that I think about it, the appearance of amygdala with the like multiple arms sticking up out of the back may also have its roots in Buddhism in some way. There's a few creatures, or how do I describe this? Like, you've seen the depictions of Buddha or Bodhisattva, where it's a person, but they have like multiple arms and everything. When I was looking into the themes and images and lore in Sekiro, I found out that there's the Shura ending in Sekiro, but Shura or Asura is one of the forms that we can take when we die in Buddhism. In a Buddhist sense, when you are alive, you can either accrue bad karma or good karma. When you die in Buddhism, you are reborn, and depending on whether you have bad or good karma, you can either turn into a human again, where you're just reborn as another human and you have your own separate life there, or if you have bad karma, you might get turned into like an animal or a demon, depending on how much bad karma you have. I'm not sure if demons inhabit some other plane of existence aside from the one we do, or if they have their own world, but an asura in Buddhism is kind of like a demigod. You don't necessarily turn into a god, but an asura is a person or a human-like being that has multiple arms, multiple faces, and Asura are like, if you are driven by obsession or greed or vengeance or bloodlust, and Asura takes on the form of those intense human feelings, and Asura have their own kind of plane of existence. Humans are born in one place, and then there's Asura, and then there's like 7 or 8 other different worlds that your spirit can kind of go on to be reborn. But the whole theme about Buddhism is that your energy, your soul, is never gone once you die. It is simply reborn into another state. So I know that I'm kind of going off the deep end here because I don't necessarily think that amygdala represents Buddhism in any way. But when we're talking about creatures that have multiple arms, multiple faces, and this sort of stuff, it might be an example of how many different things kind of end up becoming what we see in Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, and Sekiro. The stones that we can see here amongst the nightmarish tombstones, this stone formation is very similar to what we see in the Hunter's Nightmare. When we first venture into the Hunter's Nightmare, it appears like we're in a nightmarish version, like a nightmarish mismatch of Central Yharnam and Cathedral Ward, but we can see that this stone is prevalent everywhere. This helps reinforce the notion that nightmares and dreams in these worlds are not just built up out of, memories or anything like that, but they have their own unique stone formations as well. And I think that's... Did I miss anything? Did I forget anything? Did I go too far off the deep end? It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Eat at Arby's. Oh. We can also see little statues of Amygdala all over the place up here as well. Nice, just use the lightning paper. Fantastic. I didn't need it anyway. And these little squidgy boys that we can see up here with the multiple eyes, the ones I'm zoomed in right now, we can see other versions of that statue leading up to the Grand Cathedral. We see them in Upper Cathedral Ward, and we also see them in the Research Hall in the Hunter's Nightmare. And then you can see the little amygdalas above them. When you start off in the boss fight, you can't see Amygdala up there, but technically if you were to if you were to co-op and do this boss fight, when the first person runs in and aggroes the boss, the second person could stand back here and they would see that Amygdala spawns on top and then jumps down. I don't think I forgot anything. I think that's just about it. And now that I have the Ailing Lauren chalice, I will be able to not only go to that chalice, but also get some Bastards of Lauren, which will get me to the Defiled chalice, which I need to do in order to get to Queen Yharnam. Sheesh. Nice, I already have everything I need. No farming required. Let's fucking go. Yes, I did. Watch the VOD. I went in great detail. Please watch the VOD. I'm very tired.
Welcome home, good hunter.
I will be pointing out
must
more
have drifted
visual
off.
details about the
What
amygdala
is it
when
you
I venture
desire?
into the unseen village tomorrow.
Very well. Let the echoes become your strength.
Damn it, nerdy, you
Let
calm
me
down.
stand close.
Don't make me
Now shut your eyes.
go explaining things again. God damn it. Do I wanna... I want Blood Tinge, I think. Is German up here sleeping? Oh, he is sleeping. Excellent.
Oh, Lawrence, what's taking you so long? I've grown too old for this. of little use now, I'm afraid.
Yeah, right? So occasionally, we can find Gurman and the doll asleep in the dream. But when we find Gurman here, he name drops Lawrence and says, "Oh Lawrence, what's taking you so long? I've grown too old for this now, I'm afraid." Later on, we can hear a similar dream that he's having, but he also mentions Willem. In this alternate version of the dream, he's crying out to Willem and Lawrence and asking for anybody to come and rescue him from this dream, which is now his captor, a prison for his consciousness.
Oh, Lawrence, what's taking you so long? I've grown too old for this. Of little use now, I'm afraid.
So when it comes down to why he's asking Lawrence what's taking him so long, I guess I have a couple theories on this one. One is, or I guess I only really have one theory, I suppose. When we read the Beast's Embrace rune, that's the rune that turns us into the Beastie Boy. It says that there were multiple attempts at refining the old blood and kind of cleansing it of the scourge of the beasts. So we also have this note here, presumably left by Gurman. To escape this dreadful hunter's dream, halt the source of the spreading scourge of beasts, lest the night carry on forever. So if being in the hunter's dream is the result of the spreading scourge of beasts, and if the purpose of refining the old blood and doing all these experimentations was to rid the blood of the scourge of the beasts, and therefore only get the positives instead of the negatives, then maybe Gurman is asking Lawrence what's taking you so long, because Lawrence, being in charge of the Healing Church, was in charge of cleansing the blood of the scourge of the beasts. So he may be asking Lawrence what's taking you so long because he believes that Lawrence's refinement of the blood will free him from the hunter's dream. That's a lot of supposition. That's a lot of just connecting a bunch of random dots and everything. But the main takeaway here is that Gurman is a captor in the hunter's dream. When we look at the achievement for the game, fucking ps5 bullshit. I hate this interface so much. The ending where we assume Gurman's place says that we are captivated by the moon presence and we pledge to watch over the hunter's dream. When we first talked to the doll at the beginning of the game, or at some point in the game, she refers to the dream as being Gurman's captor. He is a prisoner in this dream that he is unable to escape. So, yeah. Oh, you got the flora of the dream? Yeah, there was one lore playthrough where I got the flora of the dream prayer, like, first try. The first time I saw the doll up here, she immediately did it. But a trick for that is if you want to just queue up the doll dialogue, you can literally just use hunter's marks and then reload the hunter's dream over and over again. And if you do it enough times, basically the way that the doll works is when you appear in the dream, the doll has a chance to appear at this gravestone, and Gurman has a chance to appear down here dreaming. If the doll appears here, she has another chance to say the prayer. But I've used the hunter's mark here for like 15 minutes over and over and over again and haven't had any luck sometimes. But then other times, it just happens immediately. So I'll keep checking every time I come back here, but it's like a 2% chance that they appear up there, and then there's like a 5% chance that she'll say the dream. So I don't really want to spend a whole lot of time doing this. But yeah, I think that actually does it for today. 5 hours is about when my voice starts to take a huge dump on me and I can no longer talk. And I would like to be able to continue to talk tomorrow when I will continue this lore playthrough. So we'll start off tomorrow by going into the Ailing Lauren chalices. If it's too much for me to deal with and the beasts loom too large, I'll probably just end up killing Rom and then going on to the Unseen Village and everything. So thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you all. Thanks for stopping by. And I will catch you tomorrow at 2 p.m. for more Bloodborne. I'm gonna host somebody, so please stick around so I can support my friends. Who do we got? Who do we got? Who do we got? Alrighty, I'm gonna send you all over to Ollie. Ollie raided me a couple days ago, so I'm gonna return the favor. Fausty, Black OT, Trunk, Nerdy, everybody, thank you all for hanging out. And I know I say this every time, but it's just nice seeing a positive response to doing these sort of lore playthroughs, because I love doing them, and I like being able to share my knowledge with other people as I continue to grow my own bed of knowledge in this game. There's still a lot for me to learn, but there's still ways that I can think of telling this story in a more palatable and understandable fashion. So thank you all for hanging out, and I'll catch you next time. Peace.